Roll call, day 37, Friday, March 3rd, 2023. Anderson, excused. Baldwin? Here. Barlow? Here. Beitman? Here. Boner? Here. Bouchard? Here. Brennan? Here. Case? Present. Cooper? Here. Dockstetter? Here. Ellis? Present. French? Here. Furphy? Here. Baru? Excused. Hicks? Here. Hutchings? Here. Ide? Here. Jones? Here. Kinski?
Here.
Cole?
Present.
Landon? Here. Larson?
Here.
McEwen?
Here.
Nethercott? Pappas?
Here.
Rothfuss?
Here.
Salazar?
Here.
Schuler?
Here.
Scott?
Here.
Steinmetz? Nethercott, excused, Mr. Vice
Excused.
President. And President Driscoll, excused. On the attendance, Mr. Vice President, 27 ayes, 4 excused.
Reading correction and approval of the journal. Will the reading clerk please read the journal committee report?
The Journal of March 2, 2023 has been read and recommended to be approved. Senator Larson, Chairman.
Senator Schuler, you'll lead us. Prayer of the day, J.R. Atkins, Grace Methodist Church here in Cheyenne and Pine Bluffs. Welcome, Reverend.
Thank you. I invite you into just a moment of maybe a quiet intention. What would we like to have happen today? Dear God, Jehovah, whoever we call a higher power, if we have that, we invite you into this space and ask that you bless the work today. We're grateful for the work that's been done all this time, and we know there's more work ahead, and simply ask that you will continue to guide us and direct us. We give thanks for all the abundant resources we have, both in human resources and then the great natural resources we have in our state. Thank you for everything, and God bless the great state of Wyoming. Amen.
Amen. Senator Schuler.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Reading correction and approval of the journal. Will the reading clerk please read the journal committee report?
Mr. President, your journal committee reports that the Journal of March 2, 2023 has been read and recommends it to be approved. Senator Larson, Chairman.
Are there any objections? There being none, the report is adopted. New business, doctor, nurse of the day. We're on our own, except for a veterinarian and a physician's assistant. One to hold you down and one to make you better. Today in Wyoming history, in Senate District 22 in 1884, the town of Buffalo was incorporated by act of the territorial legislature. Quote of the day, Conrad Hilton, success seems to be connected with action. Successful people keep moving. They make mistakes, but they don't quit. Signing of enrolled acts. Senate Enrolled Act 92, being original Senate File 133.
Senate File 92, being original Senate File 133, an act relating to education prohibiting students of the male sex from competing on a team designated for students of the female sex as specified.
I'm now signing Senate Enrolled Act 92, being original Senate File 133. I have so signed. Senate Enrolled Act 93, being original Senate File 109.
Senate Enrolled Act number 93, being original Senate File 109, an act relating to abortions prohibiting chemical abortions as specified.
I'm now signing Senate Enrolled Act 93, being original Senate File 109. I have so signed. House Enrolled Act number 88, being original House Bill 152.
House Enrolled Act number 88, being original House Bill 152, an act relating to abortion creating the Life as a Human Right Act.
I'm now signing Enrolled Act 84, being original House Bill 152. I have so signed. House Enrolled Act 89, being original. Okay. I'm now signing House Enrolled Act number 88, being original House Bill 152. I have so signed. House Enrolled Act number 89, being original House Bill 114. House Bill Enrolled Act number 89, being original House Bill number 14.
House Enrolled Act number 89, being original House Bill 14, an act relating to courts, increasing the original filing fee required for the commencing or filing of civil matters in district court.
I'm now signing House Enrolled Act 89, being original House Bill number 14. So signed. House Enrolled Act number 90, being original House Bill 144.
House Enrolled Act number 90, being original House Bill 144, an act relating to senior citizen service districts, specifying how senior citizen service revenues may be expended.
I'm now signing House Enrolled Act number 90, being original House Bill number 144. I have so signed. Messages from the House.
From the House of Representatives, March 2nd, 2023. Message number 516. Mr. Vice President, the House adopted the Joint Conference Committee number 1 reports on the bills following by the votes indicated. Message number 516, Senate File 76, Wyoming Digital Asset Registration Act. Ayes 43, noes 14, excused 5. Message number 517 on Senate File 120, Restoration of Civil Rights. Ayes 42, noes 15, excused 5. Message number 513, House Bill 33. Ayes 39, noes 17, excused 6. Message number 515, House Bill 195, American Rescue Plan Act Appropriations Amendments. Ayes 33, noes 24, excused 5. Signed, Katie Talbot, House Chief Clerk.
Kolb is going to present. We're now on that order of business, unfinished business, concurrences. Senator Hicks, are you ready on Senate File 66?
Mr. Vice President, I would move that the Senate rescind its non-concurrence on Senate File 66. Do I need to have that read in, Mr. Vice
Can we read it in,
President?
please? Did you mean recede or rescind?
What? Recede.
So you rescind your prior statement.
I rescind my recedents.
Message number 390, referencing Senate File 66, School Capital Construction Funding.
Senator Hicks.
Mr. Vice President, I move the Senate recede from Senate position of non-concurrence on Senate File 66. And for an explanation, this bill did two things. We sent it down to the House. What it did is it moved some of the dedicated funds. It's consistent with the 5X that we've done and all this other stuff, and it just moved some of the dedicated funds we currently have that show up on the general fund side, and it moved it over to the school foundation side. So that was the FMRs that come off school lands. What the House did is there was a provision in the original bill as it came out of joint appropriation. It also stopped the flow of the 45% of the SIPA guarantee that went to school major maintenance. and the House pulled that out of the bill. So basically, they're not interested in having a discussion on that component. There's two things that we still need to get done in there that I think that are consistent with the Senate's position. So, Mr. Vice President, this is a classic example. You get a little bit of what you want around here sometimes, and sometimes you don't. And Mr. Chairman, I do think there is significant enough in here to salvage the bill and consistent with what you've done in the budget and everything else that we need to go ahead and pass this out, and we'll live to fight another day, Mr. Vice President. So I would ask you to vote to rescind the Senate's non-concurrent position, or whatever I'm doing here.
Further discussion.
So how do we do that, Madam Chief Clerk?
You did it right. I'll correct it.
Oh, good.
Yeah.
It's getting late in the morning.
Further discussion. The motion is that we recede from our non-concurrence on Senate File 66. You are asked to vote aye. The clerk, please call the roll.
Receding from non-concurrence, Senate File 66, roll call. Anderson, excused. Baldwin? Aye. Barlow? Aye. Beitman? Aye. Boner? Aye. Bouchard? No. Brennan? Aye. Case? Aye. Cooper? Aye. Dockstetter? Aye. Ellis? Aye. French? Aye. Furphy? Aye. Guru, excused. Hicks?
Aye.
Aye. Hutchings? Aye. Ide? Aye. Jones? Aye. Kinski?
Aye.
Aye. Cole? Aye. Landon? Aye. Larson? Aye. McEwen? Aye. Nethercott? Aye. Pappas? Aye. Rothfuss? Aye. Salazar? Aye. Schuler? Aye. Scott? Aye. Steinmetz? Aye. President Driscoll, excused. Closing vote. Closing. Vote closed. Receding from non-concurrence, Senate File 66, 27 aye, 1 no, 3 excused.
By your vote, you have receded from non-concurrence on Senate File 66. Joint Conference Committee reports. Senator Scott, are you ready on Conference Committee number 1, reference House Bill 33, School Finance Career Technical Education Grants?
Yes, sir, Mr. Vice President.
Let's have it read in.
Joint Conference Committee 1 report, House Bill 33, School Finance Career Technical Education Grants, referencing Senate Message 412, signed by Representatives Northrop, Brown, and Lawley, Senators Scott, Ellis, and Hicks.
Senator Scott.
Mr. Vice President, I move we adopt this Joint Conference Committee report on House Bill 33, School Finance, Career and Technical Education Grants. Mr. Vice President, there were a couple of differences between the House and the Senate on this. We removed a provision that the House had put in this bill that demanded matching funds, which is entirely inappropriate for education. It'll get us in court trouble, and the House did not object to that. That's our amendment, removing that provision they put in is retained. Then you will recall, we, on the floor here, we put in a restriction that they had to spend all their career and technical education funds in order to get a grant under this program. Mr. Vice President, that was compromised so that we got the essence of what we were after. But it turns out that in this area, some years they won't expend all the funds. They'll put it in a special reserve account, and that reserve account then builds up to where they can purchase an expensive piece of equipment or something like that that they need, either to keep up with the times or to replace something that's wearing out. And the this provides that putting money into that sort of thing counts toward expending all the CTE funds. It's a reasonable compromise. Mr. Vice President, I urge the Senate to adopt the conference committee report.
Discussion. Discussion. Hearing none. The motion is that we do adopt Joint Conference Committee Report number 1, reference House Bill 33, School Finance, Career Technical Education Grants. You are asked to vote aye. Chief Clerk, please call the roll.
Joint Conference Committee Report number 1, House Bill 33. Roll call. Anderson, excused. Baldwin. Baldwin? Aye. Barlow? Aye. Beitman? Aye. Boner? Aye. Bouchard? No. Brennan? Aye. Case? Aye. Cooper? Aye. Dockstetter? Aye. Ellis? Aye. French? Aye. Furphy? Aye. Guru, excused. Hicks?
Aye.
Aye. Hutchings? Aye. Ide? Aye. Jones? Aye. Kinsky?
Aye.
Aye. Cole? Aye. Landon? Aye. Larson? No. McEwen? No. Nethercott? Aye. Pappas? Aye. Rothfuss? Aye. Salazar? No. Schuler? Aye. Scott? Aye. Steinmetz? Aye. President Driscoll, excused. Closing vote. Closing. Vote closed. Joint Conference Committee Report number 1 to House Bill 33, 24 aye, 4 no, 3 excused.
By your vote, you have adopted Joint Conference Committee Report number 1, reference House Bill 33. Senator Kolb, are you ready on Joint Conference Committee Report number 1, referencing HB 195, American Rescue Plan Act appropriations? There's that.
I am, Mr. Vice President.
Let's read the report in.
Joint Conference Committee number 1 report on House Bill 195, referencing 195 American Rescue Plan Act appropriations amendments, signed by Representatives Walters, Nicholas, and Sherwood, Senators Kinsky, Guru, and Kolb.
Senator Kolb.
Mr. Vice President, I'll go through and explain the,
You need to move the report.
I wish to move Joint Conference Committee Report number 1 to House Bill 195 and ask for your favorable consideration. We'll go through this. Really the meat, or should I say the pork of the issue, is page 4, line 33. The increase of the $15.3 million to local government support projects. Now, where that money came from was the rendering process. Through a long and tedious process, we took out that pork or earmarks, and that money was then reverted into this fund for the purpose of local government support projects. Then I'll go down through pages 10. All those are technical corrections. 21 to line 16 is a footnote. Saying this right? Yeah, footnote. And then also on page 24, lines 6 through 18, that removes the footnote from page 21, line 16. Then we have pages 27 and 28, and that deals with reversions. And if there is any reversions, they'll be split between water projects and HHS Capcom. And I'll stand for any questions, Mr. Vice President.
Questions? Questions? The motion is that the Senate do adopt Joint Conference Committee Report number 1, reference House Bill 195. You are asked to vote aye. The Chief Clerk, please call the roll.
Joint Conference Committee Report number 1 to House Bill 195. Roll call. Anderson, excused. Baldwin? Aye. Barlow? Aye. Beitman? No. Boner? Aye. Bouchard? No. Brennan? Aye. Case? No. Cooper? Aye. Dockstetter? Aye. Ellis? Aye. French? No. Furphy? Aye. Guru excused. Hicks? Aye. Hutchings? No. Ide? No. Jones? Aye. Kinsky?
Aye.
Aye. Cole? Aye. Landon? Aye. Larson? No. McEwen? No. Nethercott? Aye. Pappas? Aye. Rothfuss? Aye. Salazar? No. Schuler? Aye. Scott? Aye. Steinmetz? Aye. President Driscoll excused. Closing vote? Closing. Vote closed. Senate file, excuse me, House Bill 195 Joint Conference Committee Report Number 1, 19 aye, 9 no, 3 excused.
By your vote, you have adopted Joint Conference Committee Report Number 1, referencing House Bill 195, ARPA. Senator Beitman, are you ready on Conference Committee Number 1, referencing SF 42, taxation of cigars?
Ready as I'm going to get, Mr. Vice President.
Clerk, let's read in the report.
Joint Conference Committee Number 1, report on Senate File 42, taxation of cigars.
Senator
Signed by
Beitman.
Representatives Harshman and Yin, Senators Beitman, Bouchard, and Scott.
Sorry. Senator Beitman.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. Don't cut off the golden voice, please. We love it. Ladies and gentlemen, I move Joint Conference Committee Report Number 1, the Senate File 42, taxation of cigars. Ask for you to vote aye. What we did was we got the old red pen out, Mr. Vice President, and we started slashing and hacking and whacking, and we got down to pretty much just what's left of the bill is that providing that the tax on a cigar, snuff, and other tobacco products, also known as OTP, I found out. And those that know me know I'm not down with OTP, but that's, you know me. Yes. See, the Gen Xers get that. The rest of you have no idea what we're talking about. Okay, go team. Back on the bill, or the conference committee report. So we got rid of the cap, Mr. Vice President, so that goes away on page 1 of your engrossed copy. We decided, both chambers, let's get rid of the cap, and we'll come back to that maybe next year. So what this does is we go into the compliance of excise tax, and we just provide that the tax on cigars, snuff, and other tobacco products shall be due upon the sale of cigars, snuff, and other tobacco products as provided in this subsection. That's your bill. That's what's left of it. I'll stand for any questions. We delete all of page 4, and the effective date still is there, Mr. Vice President. So we left that.
Discussion.
Any questions?
Discussion. Hearing none, the motion is that the Senate do adopt Joint Conference Committee Report Number 1, reference Senate File 42. You are asked to vote aye.
Joint Conference Committee Report Number 1 to Senate File 42, roll call. Anderson excused. Baldwin. Aye. Barlow. Aye. Beitman.
Aye.
Aye. Boner. Aye. Bouchard. Aye. Brennan. Aye. Case. Aye. Cooper. Aye. Dockstetter. Aye. Ellis. Aye. French. Aye. Murphy. Aye. Guru excused. Hicks. Hicks, no. Hutchings? Hutchings, aye. Ide? Aye. Jones? Aye. Kinsky?
Aye.
Aye. Cole? Aye. Landon? Aye. Larson? Aye. McEwen? Aye. Nethercott? Aye. Pappas? No. Rothfuss? No. Salazar?
Aye.
Aye. Schuler? Aye. Scott? Aye. Steinmetz? Aye. President Driscoll excused. Closing vote? Closing. Vote closed. Joint Conference Committee Report Number 1 to Senate File 42. 25 aye, 3 no, 3 excused.
By your vote, you have adopted Joint Conference Committee Report Number 1, reference Senate File 42. Senator Steinmetz, are you ready on Joint Conference Committee Report Number 1, reference Senate File 96, Omnibus Water Bill Planning and Administration?
Yes, Mr. Vice President, I am.
Let's have it read in.
Joint Conference Committee Report Number 1, Senate File 96, Omnibus Water Bill Planning and Administration, signed by Representatives Crago and Walters, Senators Steinmetz and Hicks.
Senator Steinmetz.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. I would move Joint Conference Committee Report Number 1 to Senate File 96 and ask the body to vote aye. And Mr. Vice President, I would ask for some latitude in debate rules and debate rules specifically on length and regarding speaking of another bill while explaining this. This was a complicated issue, and we are dealing with both of the water bills at the same time with our amending and our joint conference committee. It was the same committee on both sides, and so may I have that latitude?
Absolutely, you have that latitude, and I think you've got an exhibit that walks us through that.
Yes, Mr. Vice President. So on your desk, you will find the handout regarding House Bill 93 and Senate File 96. Our concurrence on our side relates to Senate File 96. So I will walk you through what has been done to Senate File 96. Basically, all of the gray language has been stricken, and you will see that we are removing in one of our amendments, the Senate Amendment Number 1, third reading Amendment Number 1. We're removing the tables and the narrative regarding the Board of Control that we had placed within this bill. We are changing the funding source for the reversions from the Little Snake project, that $500,000 that you see that still remains in Section 5, page 6, line 24. That will come back from Water Development 1 account. That was supposed to be reverting back to the general fund, Mr. Vice President. So we said that we can retain that money in our Water 1 account because we're traditionally short in that account because of the budget of the Board of Control being on that account. Unfortunately, we did not win that argument with our House colleagues, and that will be brought up again in our standard budget process through the state engineer's budget request. We went ahead and all of the language that is stricken, I'm not going to go through all of that with you, but we did change the funding source for the $125,000 in Section 9 on page 13, line 7, 9A. We changed that from the general fund versus Water Development 1, and that was one of our concessions to kind of split the baby in half there. We did the same thing with Section 9, page 13, line 21, changed the funding source from the general fund to Water 1, and that was the splitting of since we got the $500,000 in Section 5. Then we created a new Section 10, and we are receiving $16,688,043 from the general fund to Water 3. And we created a new Section 10 that transfers from the general fund to Water 1, $5,811,957. And the reason that money is going into Water 1 is because we were short in that account. Basically, the total sum of it is we receded from the rest of those positions in this bill to also accommodate the fact that the House at House Bill 93 left $30 million into our Water 3 account. Our Senate Ag Committee had given us a strong position of $75 million in Water 3. We were just simply trying to get those funds back into the water accounts. So the grand total and sum of things between the two bills is we have $53,125,000 that resides in our water accounts between 1 and 3. And that is a win for the Senate position and for all of our water projects and municipalities and irrigators across the state that depend on these funds. With that being said, all of the projects that were in the bill to begin with are there. None of those have been disturbed. The main issue was regarding the Board of Control and how much money we would put in our account 3 and 1. So that's what's been done between the two bills. I hope that you will support concurrence on both of them. And if there's any questions, I'd be glad to answer them.
Questions? Questions? Hearing none, the motion is the Senate do adopt Joint Conference Committee Report Number 1, referencing Senate File 96, and you are asked to vote aye. Your Chief Clerk will please call the roll.
Joint Conference, excuse me, Joint Conference Committee Report Number 1 to Senate File 96, roll call. Anderson, excuse. Baldwin? Aye. Barlow? Aye. Beitman? Aye. Boner? Aye. Bouchard? Aye. Brennan? Aye. Case? No. No. Cooper? Aye. Dockstetter? Aye. Ellis? Aye. French? Aye. Furphy? Aye. Guru excused. Hicks? Aye. Hutchings? Aye. Ide? Aye. Jones? Aye. Kinski?
Aye.
Aye. Cole? Aye. Landon? Aye. Larson? Aye. McEwen? Aye. Nethercott? Aye. Pappas? Aye. Rothfuss? Aye. Salazar? Aye. Schuler? Aye. Scott? Aye. Steinmetz?
Aye.
Aye. President Driscoll excused. Closing vote. Closing. Vote closed. Joint Conference Committee Report Number 1 to Senate File 96, 27 aye, 1 no, 3 excused.
By your vote, you have adopted Joint Conference Committee Report Number 1, reference Senate File 96. Mr. Majority Floor Leader, we are at that order of business waiting for paper to show up.
Mr. Vice President, I move that I'm going to not move, Mr. President. I'm going to suggest that we stand at ease to the sound of the gavel until, let's say, 10:30.
Okay, and Mr. Majority Floor Leader, every conference there's no more conference committees meeting. They either got a report or they didn't.
There's still 1 or 2 potential joint conference committees out there that have to meet yet.
Okay.
We'll know in the next 30 minutes whether they are going to meet, Mr. Vice President, and then that'll help give us an idea where we're at on those. There is a couple that are still in the process. So, and with the actions that we just took on some of these, will have to go down to the other end. They'll have to do concurrences and then we'll come back as an enrolled act. So we're still on schedule, I think, to probably get out of here sometime between 11 and 12 today.
Okay, any announcements before we stand at ease? Senator Cooper.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. If anybody has a few minutes downstairs in the tunnel down there towards the other end where that great Bighorn Basin photographic display is, those photographs have been accepted over to the museum, the State Museum. They'll be on display there, and several of our photographers will be down there about 10 o'clock, and would sure appreciate it if you go down and say hello to them and take a good hard look at their pictures. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Senator Brennan,
Mr. Vice President, may I have privilege of the floor?
please.
Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to introduce you to my daughter, Selah, who has come to the legislature today. You can say that.
Senator Pappas,
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. Privilege of the floor.
please.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen of the Senate. I just wanted, for those of you who don't know, I am the Senate coordinator for NCSL, the National Conference of State Legislatures. And I just wanted to make a pitch for this year's summit. It's going to be August 14th through the 16th in Indianapolis, Indiana. It'll be 3 days of extensive policy discussions on many of the topics that concern most legislatures around the country. Certainly, it's the largest gathering of the legislators and staff in the country. We, as a state legislature of Wyoming, belong to this organization. So I just urge you to avail yourself of the summit. You'll learn a lot of things, and certainly can also create a lot of lasting ties I have with other legislators from around the country. It's a good networking event, and you know, who knows? Maybe you even go catch a car race there. So I urge you, if you have time, August 14th through the 16th, please avail yourself of that opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you. Further announcements, Senator Schuler.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. May I have privilege of the floor?
Please.
Thank you. Before we leave, I just wanted to, today, wanted to make sure that I thanked all of you. Just a few months back, lost my husband, and I couldn't believe how many of you reached out, and whether it was a card or a text or an email or flowers, you had some of you that came to the funeral. It was amazing. I have a great family, which is awesome, but this is like a second family. And I just wanted to make sure and thank all of you for all of your efforts and tell you how much I appreciated that. Thanks.
So the Senate will stand at ease until, was it 10:30, he said? Until 10:30. I just need a quorum so that we can sign some enrolled acts, get them down to the House and the governor's desk. So smoke them if you got them. I just need to have a quorum so we can move this business along. 17.
Sign some enrolled act.
If you got a deck of cards, you can play cards, chessboard, premium cigars. You're gonna have to explain that reference to me, Bo. Now, at that order of business, signing of enrolled acts. Let's make sure that we keep a quorum. Senate Enrolled Act 94 being original Senate File 120.
Senate Enrolled Act Number 94 being original Senate File 120, an act relating to crimes and criminal procedure providing for the loss and restoration of rights as specified.
I'm now signing Senate Enrolled Act Number 94 being original Senate File 120. Senate File Enrolled Act 95 being original Senate File 76.
Senate Enrolled Act Number 95 being original Senate File 76, an act relating to digital assets providing for the registration of digital assets with the Secretary of State as specified.
I'm now signing Senate Enrolled Act Number 95 being original Senate File 76. I've so signed. Anything else, Ellen? Just those two? All right, Senate will stand at ease while we wait for the paperless office of the future.
Well said.
That order of business, signing of enrolled acts. Enrolled Act 90, Senate Enrolled Act 96 being original Senate File 66.
Senate Enrolled Act number 96 being original Senate File 66, an act relating to school finance accounts, eliminating the school major maintenance subaccount within the strategic investments and projects account, the school lands mineral royalties account, and the school capital construction account.
I'm now signing Senate Enrolled Act 96 being original Senate File 66. I have so signed. Messages from the House. We have messages from the House.
From the House of Representatives, message number 518. Mr. President, the House adopted Joint Conference Committee number 1 report on House Bill 93, Omnibus Water Bill Construction. Ayes 52, noes 3, excused 7. Signed, Katie Talbot, House Chief Clerk.
We have a message from the governor.
From the Office of the Governor, March 2, 2023, the Honorable Albert Summers, Speaker of the Wyoming House of Representatives, carbon copy the Honorable Ogden Driscoll, President of the Senate, regarding 2023 House Enrolled Act number 70, House Bill 103, Political Affiliation Declaration and Changes. Dear Speaker Summers, dispensing with further reading to final paragraph. Because the bill adds uncertainty to the voting process, I have determined not to sign House Bill 103, House Enrolled Act number 70, Political Party Affiliation Declaration and Changes. It will pass into law without my signature. Sincerely, Mark Gordon, Governor.
The full text of that letter has been distributed or is being distributed. Joint Conference Committee report. Oh, excuse me. I'm sorry. One more. Please, Randy. Oh, okay. Gotcha. Senator Scott, are you ready on Joint Conference Committee report number 1, reference Senate File 48?
Yes, sir, Mr. Vice President.
Let's have it read in.
Joint Conference Committee number 1 report, Senate File 48, Education Suspension and Expulsion Model Policies. Signed, Representatives Harshman and Northrup, Senators Scott, Ellis, and Rothfuss.
Senator Scott.
Mr. Vice President, this is on Senate File 48, which is a bill on asking the State Department of Education to develop some model policies for suspension and expulsion in the education area. Those model policies we think will be useful to this, particularly some of the smaller school districts, but may be useful generally. The House put on 2 amendments. One of them gave the State Department of Education a little more time, extended the deadline for doing this work till the 1st November. I believe the State Department requested that, and it was a reasonable request. The Joint Conference Committee adopts that House amendment. The other was a piggyback of a bill in this general area that stretched the title a bit, and we did not like the idea of a piggyback, Mr. Vice President, and that House amendment is deleted in this Joint Conference Committee report. So the result is a bill that is quite reasonable, and I urge the Senate to adopt the Joint Conference Committee report.
Thank you, Senator Scott. Discussion. Hearing none, the motion is the Senate do adopt Joint Conference Committee Report 1 to Senate File 48, and you are asked to vote aye. The Chief Clerk will please call the roll.
Joint Conference Committee report number 1, Senate File 48, roll call. Anderson, excused. Baldwin? Aye. Barlow? Aye. Whitman? Aye. Boner? Aye. Bouchard? Aye. Brennan? Aye. Case? No. Cooper? Aye. Dockstetter? Aye. Ellis? Aye. French? Aye. Furphy? Aye. Guru, excused. Hicks? Aye. Hutchings? Aye. Ide? Aye. Jones? Aye. Kinski?
Aye.
Aye. Cole? Aye. Landon? Aye. Larson? Aye. McEwen? Aye. Nethercott? Excused, Mr.
Excused.
Vice President? Thank you. Excused. Pappas? Aye. Rothfuss? Aye. Salazar? Aye. Schuler? Aye. Scott?
Aye.
Aye. Steinmetz? Aye. President Driscoll, excused. Closing vote. Closing. Vote closed. Joint Conference Committee Report Number 1 to Senate File 48, 26 aye, 1 no, 4 excused.
By your vote, you have adopted Conference Committee Report Number 1, reference Senate File 48. Senator Hicks, if you could give us an orientation as to what else is coming our way, and then once we've completed our work, walk us through getting the governor down here and all the ceremonial things.
Yes, so, Mr. Vice President, as I look through the tally here, we still have 2 bills that still require action. There's only one of them left that still don't have a joint conference committee agreement on. The other one's in process, so that's working through, Mr. Chairman. And then we have to do the enrolled acts once both houses concur on those joint conference reports. So if you look through that list right now, we've got a joint conference report that's starting in the House on House Bill 64. House Bill 676, there were some issues there, but that's working through the process. That should be coming down here in a little bit. We've already done concurrence on House Bill 93. 208, Mr. Vice President, that bill's just going to languish at this point in time with the action that we've taken in the budget, and House Bill 89, it's not a necessary component. So for all practical purposes, that one's done. If you go through the list, we've completed Senate File 42. We already did concurrence on that. We just did concurrence on Senate File 48. 51 right now is we have no resolution to that at this point in time. That's still floating out there. And then we've completed concurrence on Senate File 96. We're waiting for our colleagues to adopt that. So, Mr. Chairman, right now, really it comes down to Senate File 51. It's probably the one it's going to be the laggard. So as we get through that process, hopefully we can get that conference committee report out here to the floor. And then after that, Mr. Chairman, it's just going to be signing of enrolled acts, assuming that our colleagues pass the joint conference reports for those on the other end. Looks like it's going to be a little longer than we take. And then after we get through with the last enrolled act, Mr. Vice President, we'll do the ceremonial stuff. So I'm anticipating probably now we're looking at somewhere going to be noon to 1 o'clock before we sign a die and adjourn. So that's kind of a purview. That's my best estimate right now, Mr. Vice President.
Okay, thank you. We'll stand at ease to the send of the gavel.
I think it's dead. What's that? I think it's dead. All right. But I don't.
Senator Hutchings.
Mr. Vice President, can I have one final privilege of the floor?
Final sounds so ominous. Let's just say have a privilege of the floor.
May I have the privilege? Thank you.
Please.
Mr. Chairman, above us, you see a crowd of beautiful children, well-dressed, well-behaved. They're what I call the Teen Packed Minis. They're here for a one-day class. It's always on Friday. Please welcome them to the Senate.
Well behaved. Something that was never said about me. Ready with some messages here. Messages from the House.
From the House of Representatives, March 3, 2023, message number 519. Mr. Vice President, the House adopted Joint Conference Committee number 1 reports on the following bills. Senate File number 96, Omnibus Water Bill Planning and Administration, ayes 52, noes 2, excused 8. Message number 520, Senate File 42, Taxation of Cigars, ayes 48, noes 9, excused 5. Message number 521, House Bill number 76, Licensing Board's Amendments, ayes 44, noes 13, excused 5.
Quick announcements. You need to clear out your mailboxes. If you fail to do so, it's going to be sent to the landfill. Okay, Joint Conference Committee reports. Senator Steinmetz, are you ready on Conference Committee Report number 1 on House Bill 93?
I am, Mr. Vice President.
Let's have it read in.
Joint Conference Committee number 1 report, House Bill 93, Omnibus Water Bill Construction, signed Representatives Crago and Walters, Senators Steinmetz and Hicks.
Senator Steinmetz.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. I move Joint Conference Committee number 1 to House Bill 93 and ask the body to vote aye. Mr. Vice President, we did some good work in this bill. Again, you have your chart on your desk that dealt with House Bill 93 and 96. In 93, we were 2 positions apart. We had put 75 million into a Water 3 account, and they had put 30 million in. We receded to their position on this bill because we put money in Senate File 96, has been explained before. And if you look at your conference committee report, we did add some language. This is caught by staff on the further amend to the engrossed copies, and we just added which shall be further appropriated from Water Development and Count 1 to the Wyoming Water Development Commission. This is regarding the 3 appropriations we made last year in a supplemental water bill dealing with Fontenelle, La Perelle, and Goshen Irrigation District. We allowed the State Land and Investment Board this time to authorize the expenditure of those funds. Then when they authorize that expenditure, this further language would just put it into the commission account so that they can expend the money. And before we vote on this, I'd want to thank the Senate Ag Committee and the Senate as a whole, because it was your strong bargaining position you gave us by putting $75 million in Water Development 3 that allowed us to negotiate both of these bills. And so my thanks to you. I really appreciate your supporting the Senate Ag position. And with that, Mr. Vice Chairman, if there are no questions, I'd call for the question and ask you to vote aye.
Discussion, questions, discussion? Hearing none, the motion is that the Senate do adopt Joint Conference Committee Report 1, reference House Bill 93. You are asked to vote aye. The Chief Clerk will please call the roll. I wanted to see Mike do it. Go ahead, Mike. Pressure's on now.
Joint Conference Committee on House Bill 93, roll call. Anderson, excused. Baldwin. Barlow. Whitman. Boner. Bouchard. Brennan. Case. Cooper. Duckstetter. Ellis. French. Murphy. Peru, excused. Hicks. Hutchings. Hyde. Jones. Kinsky.
Aye.
Kolb. Confused. Landon. Larson. McCune. Nethercott excused. Pappas. Rothfuss. Salazar. Schuler. Scott. Steinmetz.
Aye.
President Driscoll excused. Closing vote. Closing.
Aye to hear. That was Kinsky. Hicks, aye.
Vote closed. 27, Joint Committee, House Bill 93, 27 ayes, 0 noes, 4 excused.
By your vote, you have adopted Joint Conference Committee number 1, referencing HB 93. Let's hear it from Mike. It's a stunning debut. Senator Landon, are you ready on Joint Conference Committee Report 1, reference House Bill 76?
I am, Mr. Vice President. I would move Joint Conference Committee.
Let's have it read in.
Oh, I'm sorry. Thank you.
Sorry.
Message number 521, with respect to House Bill number 76, Licensing Boards Amendments. Ayes, Senators, I beg your pardon, Representatives Zwanitzer and Conrad. Ayes, Senators Landon and Baldwin.
Senator Landon.
Mr. Vice President, thank you. I would move Joint Conference Committee Report 521 referencing House Bill 76. Fellow Senators, this little bill has taken the long and dusty road and it finally comes back to us, I think, as the final Conference Committee report of the session. This is the bill you might remember that the Senate worked very hard on to extract what we felt like was language that really didn't belong under the title. It wound up as the Cosmetology Board and the piece with our veterinarians. So the Joint Conference Committee agreed on the fix, and away it went. It was adopted the other side, and we discovered this morning that the language was not right. Thankfully, our legal staff was on the spot and corrected it. They corrected down at the other end, and the bill comes back to us this morning as the Senate sent it out. The language under the veterinarian statutes is back in. You might remember the 3-year piece that the good senator from Campbell County referenced. Anyway, I commend it to you. I think the bill is exactly the way that we sent it out of the Senate, Mr. Vice President. So I would ask for your aye vote on the little licensing board bill.
Discussion, questions, discussion. The motion is that the Senate do adopt Joint Conference Committee Report 1, referencing House Bill 76. You are asked to vote aye. The Chief Clerk, please call the roll.
Joint Conference Committee Report number 1 to House Bill 76. Anderson excused. Baldwin? Aye. Barlow? Aye. Beitman? Aye. Boner? Aye. Bouchard? Aye. Brennan? Aye. Case? Aye. Cooper? Aye. Dockstetter? Aye. Ellis? Aye. French? Aye. Murphy? Aye. Guru excused. Hicks? Aye. Hutchings? Aye. Aye. No. No. Jones? Aye. Kinsky?
Aye.
Aye. Cole? Aye. Landon?
Aye.
Aye. Larson? Aye. McEwen? Aye. Nethercott excused. Pappas? Aye. Rothfuss? Aye. Salazar? Aye. Schuler? Aye. Scott? Aye. Steinmetz? Aye. President Driscoll excused. Closing vote? Closing. Vote closed. House Bill 76, Joint Conference Committee Report 1, 26 aye, 1 no, 4 excused.
By your vote, you have adopted Joint Conference Committee Report 1 to reference House Bill 76. I've been handed a couple of fun facts. This week alone, we filled 3 recycling bins. Over the course of the session, we have consumed 600 omelets.
Here, here.
You have voted 1,145 times. Wow. That includes all bills and amendments, all voice calls, and all voice votes and roll calls. 1,145 votes. And I bet you can recall every one of them as clear as day. Volumes of the journal, 9 volumes of the journal. Did you say you had somebody had those here, Ellen? Oh my gosh. Linda Bailey, Senator Guru, and Senators Larson. Thank you for your journal work. Much appreciated. Linda's really the power behind the throne, though. We know that. Okay, the Senate will stand at ease to the, enrolled acts. We're in luck. Senate Enrolled Act 97 being original Senate File 96.
Senate Enrolled Act number 97, being original Senate File 96, an act relating to water development authorizing specified Level 1 and Level 2 studies.
I'm now signing Senate Enrolled Act 97 being original Senate File 96. I have so signed. Senate Enrolled Act 98 being original Senate File 42.
Senate Enrolled Act number 98, being original Senate File 42, an act relating to tobacco taxes, providing that the tax on a cigar, snuff, and other tobacco products are due following the sale of the cigar.
I'm now signing Enrolled Act number 98 being original Senate File number 42. I have so signed. As the cigars, yeah, premium cigars. Okay, we ready to stand at ease? All right, Senate will stand at ease to the sound of the gavel. Mr. Majority Floor Leader.
I've been notified that lunch is ready, so if you want to grab your lunch and get fueled up, so when we do get ready to get out of here, you're ready to go. So grab a lunch and we'll stand at ease.
Dave.
From the House of Representatives, message number 522, March 3, 2023. Mr. Vice President, the House adopted Joint Conference Committee Number 1 report on House Bill 64, Legislative Stabilization Reserve Account Obligations. Ayes 55, excused 7. Message number 524. Mr. Vice President, the House failed to adopt Joint Conference Committee Number 1 report on Senate File 48, Education, Suspension, and Expulsion Model Policies. Ayes 5, noes 50, excused 7. Signed, Katie Talbot, House Chief Clerk.
Joint Conference Committee reports. I need Senator Dockstetter. Okay.
Joint Conference Committee report to House Bill 64. Senator Kinski, would you read it in, please?
Joint Conference Committee Number 1 report on House Bill 64 to engrossed copy. Signed, Representatives Harshman and Nicholas, Senators Hicks and Kinski.
Thank you. Senator Kinski, again, this is referencing Senate Message number 409. Go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, I would move Joint Conference Committee Report Number 1, reference House Bill 64, Legislative Stabilization Reserve Account Obligations, and urge an aye vote. This was a bill that was worked on in the interim by the Capital Finance and Investments Committee. It originally was designed to unload some of the load on the LISRA because there's a lot of guarantees and such in it. And the original bill backed most of those out. Well, it came to a committee meeting and our House colleagues backed out. They dropped the ones, anything that had to do with education. They kept all those guarantees in. Well, when that bill came to us on our floor, we put those back in, and our colleagues are refusing to do that. So we're left with a much diminished bill, but it still achieves some good in that it does still alleviate some of the calls on the LSRA, either reducing the amounts or eliminating the programs. So for that reason, even in its diminished form, I would recommend an aye vote, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. You've heard the recommendation for an aye vote. Any discussions or questions? Being none, roll call.
House Bill 64, Joint Conference Committee Report Number 1, roll call. Anderson, excuse. Baldwin? Aye. Barlow? Aye. Whitman? Aye. Boner? Aye. Bouchard? Aye. Brennan? Aye. Case? Aye. Cooper? Dockstetter? Aye. Ellis? Aye. French? Aye. Furphy? Aye. Guru, excused. Hicks? Excused. Hutchings? Aye. Ide? Aye. Jones? Aye. Kinski? Aye. Cole? Aye. Landon? Aye. Larson? Aye. McEwen? Aye. Nethercott, excused. Pappas? Aye. Rothfuss? Aye. Salazar? Aye. Schuler? Aye. Scott? Aye. Steinmetz? Aye. President Driscoll, excused. Closing vote. Closing vote. Oh, excuse me, I'm missing one vote. Cooper? Is he excused? Excused. Thank you. Closing vote. Closing vote closed. Joint Conference Committee Report Number 1 to House Bill 64, 25 aye, 6 excused.
Mr. Vice President, chair is yours.
At this point, I think we're just waiting. Oh, by your vote, you have adopted Joint Conference Committee Number 1, referencing House Bill 64. this point, I think we're just waiting for enrolled acts, aren't we, Ellen?
Yes.
So we'll just stand at ease to sound the gavel. Well, I've got some good news. The House is back from their 2-martini lunch. The doors are closed. I said they should be signing some enrolled acts to send down to us now. Or they're debating something. It's the martinis that really slowed things down. 2 martinis. Senators Brennan and Pappas, Ellen is calling the governor, so I just wanted you to be on alert for that. We're at that order of business, signing of enrolled acts, House Enrolled Act 91 being original House Bill 195.
House Enrolled Act number 91 being original House Bill 195, an act relating to the emergency expenses of government, providing definitions.
I'm now signing House Enrolled Act number 95 being original House Bill 95. Excuse me, I'm now signing in House Enrolled Act 91 being original House Bill 195. I've so signed. House Enrolled Act 92 being original House Bill 93.
House Enrolled Act number 92 being original House Bill 93, an act relating to water development projects authorizing construction of designated water projects.
I'm now signing House Enrolled Act number 92 being original House Bill 93. I've so signed. House Enrolled Act number 93 being original House Bill number HB 76.
House Enrolled Act number 93 being original House Bill 76, an act relating to professions and occupations removing a requirement that examinations for cosmetology and related licensure be conducted by the State Board of Cosmetology.
I'm now signing original House Enrolled Act 93 being original House Bill 76. I've so signed. House Enrolled Act 94 being original House Bill 33.
House Enrolled Act number 94 being original House Bill 33, an act relating to school finance establishing competitive grants for public schools to purchase career and technical education supplies, materials, and equipment.
I'm now signing House Enrolled Act number 94 being original House Bill 33. I have so signed. House Enrolled Act number 95 being original House Bill 64.
House Enrolled Act number 95 being original House Bill 64, an act relating to public funds amending or eliminating unnecessary or obsolete borrowing authority or guarantees from the Legislative Stabilization Reserve account as specified.
I'm now signing House Enrolled Act number 95 being original House Bill number 64. I have so signed. Majority Floor Leader Hicks.
Mr. President, Mr. Vice President, I move those bills currently pending before this body of the 66th Wyoming State Legislature.
67th.
67th. I live in the past. Mr. Vice President, can I start over?
Please.
All right, thank you, Mr. Vice President. Mr. Vice President, I move these bills currently pending before this body of the 66th Wyoming State Legislature.
Be 67.
General session.
Would be the 67th.
60. That's what it said, the 67th.
You said 66.
I know, that's what it says. That's not what I said. All right. Take three. And, no, Mr. Vice President.
Do you have the same script on?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, all the words are right.
I tried to tell him that. Mr. Vice President, I move those bills currently pending before this body in the 67th Wyoming State Legislature, general session, not be carried over for any future legislative session.
Minority Floor Leader Rothfuss.
Mr. Vice President, I second the motion of the majority floor leader now that he finally read it through.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. By your vote, the motion has passed the Senate. Majority Floor Leader Hicks.
Mr. President, I move the House of Representatives be informed that the Senate of the 67th Wyoming State Legislature General Session has completed its business and is ready to adjourn.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Motion carried. I am directing the Senate Chief Clerk, Ellen Thompson, to inform the House of Representatives that the Senate of the 67th Wyoming State Legislature General Session is ready to adjourn. Majority Floor Leader Hicks.
Mr. Vice President, I move that a committee of two be appointed to inform the governor that the Senate has completed its business and is ready to adjourn, and to escort His Excellency, the governor, to the Senate.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Motion carries. Senators Pappas and Brennan, please inform the governor that the Senate has completed its business and is ready to adjourn and escort His Excellency, the Governor, Mark Gordon, to the Senate chambers. We'll stand at ease until the sound of the gavel. Dick, yeah, please. Folks, we are going to, Dick is going to grab the folks out of the kitchen. I think we should recognize them for all the work that they did for us.
You guys have caucus dues? Maybe we should have caucus dues. We need to charge more. That's our problem.
They're shy. They're not going to want any recognition. Ladies and gentlemen of the Wyoming Senate, please give a warm thank you to Debbie, Ron, and Camille. Folks, Napoleon said that an army marches on its stomach, and I think he was thinking of the Senate too as well. So thank you so much.
Mr. Vice President.
Senator Hicks.
Yeah, get these bullpen
Mr.
folks
Vice
out of here
President,
too.
I would like to recognize the Senate's bullpen, the hardest working people in the Wyoming LSO this session, because they had to put up with all of you folks.
Yeah.
But, Mr. Vice President, let's give them a big hand.
Hear, hear.
Mr. Majority Floor Leader.
Mr. Vice President, and I would really especially like to thank our session staff and our chief clerk and our reader and all those folks. If you'd please stand up, and a big thank you from the Wyoming Senate.
Hear, hear.
Is everybody packed up? Everybody get their mail? Everybody got the wagons loaded?
And yeah, our dorm. Dick and Don. Mr. Vice President.
Mr. Minority Floor Leader
Looking around to
Rothfuss.
see who we may have missed, and I see some folks out there. Let's get Dick and Don, and Lance is out there somewhere. I don't see him. Oh, he's right outside the door. Let's get them all in here and thank them, our doorman. Get Lance in here too. Don, come on in. Who else is over there? There we go. Lance, get in here. Yeah.
Majority Floor Leader.
I would really like to thank our sergeant at arms and our doorman. You know, earlier in this session, we had a House member up there that was causing a ruckus, and they promptly ran up the stairs and escorted them out of here. So we're thankful that we have those folks that literally have our backs. So.
Should I give the governor one of these coins? Thanks for coming. Give him one of the president's coins, yeah. I gotta tell you, I'd rather do this at 1:30 than 11:30. PM, that's right. Senate will come to order. Please rise. Governor Gordon, welcome to the Wyoming Senate. Governor Gordon, on behalf of the members of the Wyoming Senate, please, the floor is yours.
Senator Kinski, thank you for this opportunity, and thank you to the senators for a great session. Good work done. Difficult set of circumstances, but you came through. Very proud of the work that you did, setting aside $1.4 billion in savings. So to you, congratulations. But not only that, you also redesigned and rethought how we're going to do our savings so that we can produce more benefit for taxpayers and future generations. And how important that is going to be as we see the decline of those federal dollars that we have been using wisely to the benefit of future generations. So thank you very much for that. Thank you also for House Bill 4 and the ability to make sure that our mothers are protected for a full year. Truly a pro-life bill. So thank you for that. Members of the Senate, I am disappointed to some degree that our effort to provide an opportunity for the state of Wyoming to have a chance to negotiate with the tribes came to an end here on third reading. This morning, I heard from Yellowstone Park Superintendent Cam Shawley that around 1,000 head of buffalo have been harvested by the 8 tribes that are on the ground in Montana over the last 2 weeks. In that process, they've also been dealing with what they've been doing to harvest elk, bighorn sheep, and others. These are obviously sovereign rights, and we need to respect them. The reason why our approach was so important is that the Shoshone tribe and Wyoming share a rich history of conservation. No one was trying to overstep anyone's rights. As citizens of the state of Wyoming, we were working to come together on an agreement which would last beyond court challenges, beyond legal lawsuits. So I am very optimistic that our relationship with the tribes remains very strong, and we'll continue to work on that. But at the end of the day, I think you all worked very hard, and I'm looking forward to the interim work. One challenge that I hope we can remember is that Wyoming is a unique state, and we should always focus on Wyoming solutions for Wyoming problems. So much comes out of DC in terms of federal legislation that we push back on and will continue to push back on. Every day we fight our federal government. But as I said at the beginning of this session, the highest GDP per capita in the nation for any city is Washington, D.C. And that is more than twice what it is in New York, the number 2. What is it that Washington, D.C. gives us? Gives us laws. It gives us think tanks with model legislation that isn't crafted for Wyoming, it's crafted for a national agenda. So if there's anything that we can do to refocus our efforts on Wyoming solutions for Wyoming problems, that is, I think, our most important mission. And I thank you for the honor of serving with you. I am so proud of what Wyoming is able to do. We have a system of government where all 3 branches can work together. We understand the separation of powers, but we also understand the power of friendship and community. So I'm sorry to see you go. I know it doesn't sound very convincing. But I look forward to our opportunities to work together in months and days ahead. And again, thank you for your service, and may you have a very safe travel home. Thank you.
Governor Gordon, the founders all made sure that the separation of powers, there was always a certain degree of tension between the branches, but our relationship has always been marked by cooperation with the occasional back and forth. But for all that, never question the esteem and the regard in which we hold you and your leadership of the great state of Wyoming. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Senators Pappas and Brennan, please escort His Excellency the Governor from the Senate chamber. Majority Floor Leader Hicks.
Mr. Vice President, I move the following: that the Senate of the 67th Wyoming State Legislature General Session adjourn until a date and time which are determined jointly by the President of the Senate and by the Speaker of the House of Representatives for the purpose of calling the Senate and House back into session. Secondly, Mr. President, that if no such time is established before December 31st, 2023, that the Senate of the 67th Wyoming State Legislature General Session is adjourned sine die, effective at 12:00 noon on that date, and the legislative budget session of the 67th Wyoming State Legislature shall convene on the 12th day of February, 2024, at the hour of 10:00. That the Senate specifically concurs in any identical motions adopted by the House of Representatives, and that if the House of Representatives fails to concur in the actions of the Senate under paragraphs number 1 through 3 of this motion, by adopting an identical motion applicable to the House of Representatives, the Senate of the 67th Wyoming Legislature General Session is adjourned sine die.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? No. By your vote, the motion has passed the Senate. We are now at that order of business, reading and approval of the journal. Senator Kolb.
Mr. Vice President, your Journal Committee reports that the Journal of March 3rd, 2023 has been read and recommends that it be approved.
There being no objection, the report is adopted. Subject to the conditions set forth in Majority Floor Leader Hicks's motion, the Wyoming Senate of the 67th Wyoming State Legislature General Session is adjourned. The legislative budget session, 67th Wyoming Legislature, shall convene on the 12th day of February, 2024, at the hour of 10 o'clock a.m. We will now have a benediction by Senator Dockstader.
Our Heavenly Father, we come before Thee as we close this session of the Senate. We express gratitude for the times that Thou hast helped us, the times that we have known it, and the times that we may not have been aware of it, that Thou hast stepped in and guided our hand. We acknowledge Thee for that help. Now, as we return to our families and our businesses, we pray for safe travels. And if there are matters related to our families, our business, and our affairs that we need help with, we pray and ask that Thou will bless members of this body, members of our staff, and all those who help us to conduct this session. Guide us in putting our affairs in order with our homes and our families. If there are matters that need to be resolved in relationships here and throughout the state with our families, we pray that Thou bless our efforts to do so. And we ask humbly for Thy help in putting together work that will benefit those who have elected us to come and serve in the Wyoming Senate. Guide our minds, our thoughts, our hands in putting together legislation that will help this state. We acknowledge the great blessing it is to live in Wyoming. And we acknowledge Thy hand in our lives in all things. And close this session unto Thee, expressing deep appreciation for Thy help all along the way. And this we pray in the name of Jesus Christ. Amen.
Amen. Thank you, Senator Dockstader. The Senate is adjourned.